pop out my chat till I go live. And in fact, yeah, we'll tweet that out too. Let me pop out my chat there first, though. And hey, what's up? How you doing, War? What is it good for? Terrible joke, I know. What's up, Cody? How you doing? You gonna do some gaming? Yeah, no worries there, Castev. And we'll see you back again soon, right? What game are you gonna play, though, before you go? All right, let me just tweet this out. Your food came just when you joined? Yeah, no worries. Thanks for the sub, Maniac. Yeah, you're my only non-normal sub at this point, I believe. So yeah, I really appreciate that, man. Commandos remake. I don't think I knew that Commandos had a remake. Those games are fun though, right? It's like an XCOM, but grounded in reality and maybe not quite as hard. And yeah, 1 second. I'll let you know what we're up to, Cody. Just give me a second. I'm just sending out this tweet complaining about YouTube's broken system. But yeah, later, Castev. It seems good. Just installed, haven't played yet. Yeah, I just installed the Indiana Jones game last night. I tried to install Doom: The Dark Ages, but I don't have a GPU that has the ray tracing stuff. That's the first game I haven't been able to play with my 1080 still. And yeah, let me tweet that. Sure. All right. So schedule out those posts. Indiana's a no-go on your system? Shit, it's probably going to be that on mine too then. What was the no-go about it? All right. Okay, so, someone asked, Cody Webb, you asked, what are we creating today? I'm working on this thing called CF Please, along with the thing in the title. There is a command in the title that you could run to get more info about the library that we're kind of dogfooding to create CF Please. But the idea is basically just treating a GitHub repo as your backend. So Git handles your auth, Git handles your permissions, Git handles your data layer because you've got JSON sitting there for you. Like, no problem, no big deal. Ooh-wee. An iced beverage is a great idea right now. It is 29.1 degrees Celsius in this room. I should probably remember that. It was at that same exact temp yesterday. But dude, 85. It's just too damn hot. The bread. Which game? What do you mean, which game? The one, like, the Indiana is a no-go? Or me talking about, like, the first game that I can't play? Oh, Indiana Jones. There's a new Indiana Jones game. Yeah, I was going to search it if you weren't aware. But all right, so... Dude, if you're not aware of this life hack, ice packs in the pocket. Right there, on your thighs. Oh yeah, ice packs in your pocket. It's quite nice. All right, so the part we left off on. Yesterday, we swapped over from UI neumorphism, which was not even React 18 compliant. We're on React 19. And now we are on GHaaD CN. The main reason was UI neumorphism was giving us a bunch of red squiggles in our editor. We could see past those, but it ended up getting really annoying with some of the stuff it was trying to do in, like, Next.js, right? The way it did its dialogue, it was having to do, like, some fine DOM node stuff. Why? Why? Like, you know, it didn't have a select drop down, probably for the same reason. Or a similar reason. So, yeah, we just opted out of UI neumorphism, and now we're using just raw GHaaD CN with their neutral theme. It's all right. I'm very tempted to bring back neo-brutalism. Like, very tempted. Very, very, very tempted. But we'll deal with it for now. I just don't feel like doing too much theming because we're just trying to prove out the idea of the application, right? So what we ended up doing yesterday was implementing the ability to scaffold the stuff we need inside of the repo. So we need a config.json at the top. It needs to be able to be parsed. We need a collections, you know, like we need a directory for collections. We create those folders. We do a git keep When we do our fetching, we probably want to ignore the get keep file. So we got a little bit to do there. But yeah, our next steps really are trying to implement the individual collection items for these pages. So yeah, let's think about how that works. We need to start just scaffolding out content on these pages, and we probably need to start thinking about how we want to do some UI stuff. What all do we have as data on a conference? The reason I'm asking is I believe, well, maybe they've fixed it. Maybe we could update our Radix stuff at some point. Because inside of a dialogue, we've run into a bug in the past where we couldn't do like select dropdowns or anything that required another like a floating layer. We could look at that. But let's look at what our scaffolding, right? Like our type for conferences is trying to do to us, right? So we created our collections here. The conference collection has these props. So ID, name, URL, start date, end date, location, description, CFP, start date, end date, CFP URL, and proposed talk IDs. So one thing I'm already questioning. This should be proposed talks, and then it's an array of an object, and that object has the ID and the status, like whether we've submitted or not. All right, hold on. Let me just get to a point where I could reply to things. Ooh, hold on. Let me do one thing here. Yeah, hold on. Okay, there we go. Cool, cool. So, let me get another album going. Hey, Sublig. How you doing? What album should we listen to? I feel like we've been listening to a lot of the same ones lately. We try and mix it up a little bit. Yeah, Sublig, what you up to? Yeah, thank you. You weren't on Twitch for a while? Yeah, no worries. It's fine. If y'all don't know, Sublig is my very first sub. It's pretty cool. You missed us for our stream anniversary like a week ago. Or actually 4 days ago. This is just whiskey and water with a healthy dose of ice cubes that are now melted. With some stuff floating at the bottom that is probably from the ice cubes because the ice machine sucks. Okay, so whiskey with water is insane? What do you mean by that? It's a good way to stay hydrated, good way to pace yourself a little better. And you don't got to deal with 2 glasses. Technically, I also have a water glass. It was holding my ice cubes. Those are melted now. And I will point out, like, heavily watered down whiskey really helps you appreciate, like, the subtle flavors of whatever whiskey you're drinking. Like, whiskey snobs will yell at you about it. But who gives a fuck what they say anyway? They suck. Like, they fucking suck. Chris. Maybe. Yeah. Depending on the language you're writing in, you have a little more leeway, right? Like a little more like confidence. Writing a recursive function in Rust, there's a high confidence value there. TypeScript gives you a little bit. Lua will laugh at you. You know, just depends on the amount of type safety. Yeah, space case, but whiskey snobs will get on your case about whiskey on the rocks. Ooh, it's messing up the whiskey. Like, yeah. But whiskey snobs suck, so, right? Like, we've already stated that. I mean, even if you do drink a lot, you shouldn't care what whiskey snobs think. Only whiskey snobs care about what whiskey snobs think. It's a weird microcosm. Yeah, it makes sense, Space Case. It's probably smarter. It's easier to stay thin that way. I know you're pretty into fitness, right? That's why I'm on the whiskey and water. At least I can avoid like 1,000 calories of soda a day. See, I don't get munchies that crazy when I smoke. I just generally have munchies. you know? I see food, I eat food. Yeah, I can do that without smoking weed. I usually don't eat till around dinner time because if I did, I would be bigger than I am already. I'm a coffee snob. I don't drink coffee, so I am a bit snobbish about coffee. I think coffee is gross. Ugh. Yeah. I'm a whiskey snob about whiskey snobs. Right? I think that's okay because they suck. I'm a whiskey snob. Yeah, coffee. Like I like the idea of it more than I actually like it. Well, not a snobby snob. I'm a snob. There's a difference. I'm very particular about the type of snobs that I like. I disagree about that, Space Case. Nah, man. People got tastes. Let them enjoy their tastes. Sugar is an enhancer of flavor. I don't think it is. The thing you like about the flavor is lost, maybe. That's a very different thing, though. Yeah, it's still just coffee, right? If they didn't like coffee, they could get caffeine other ways. There are plenty of ways to get caffeine. If they just wanted caffeine, they could take a fucking pill and be done. Zero calories in that pill. There you go. See, that's just about the concentration as far as like solutions go. You could still add sugar to that and get so much caffeine that it shows up on a drug test, right? And that's fine, Space Case, but why get down on how other people choose to enjoy it? Who cares? Like, what? It doesn't concern you. Who gives a shit? Like, why even waste a thought process on it? Right? If people want to go snowboarding and spend the entire day side slipping groomers, go for it. Just don't be in my way. You know? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Just don't be in my way. If those people weren't up there side slipping groomers and spending 4 hours in the lodge, the resort wouldn't have enough money to operate. Right? Hardcores like me do not keep that industry going. In general, hardcores do not keep any industry going. A ray of hope, dude. I'm good enough to not run into people. Like, no, dude. In general, I'm not going to be riding the same runs as you. In general, we will not see each other on the mountain. That's how that kind of works. There's no such thing as friends on a powder day. I don't ride in groups of more than 3, maybe 4. All right, so yeah, let's keep thinking about this, right? Proposed talks, they will have a status. We can update those statuses, and that's fine. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it's nice when you find coffee you really like. There are definitely brands of coffee that you're just buying the brand. All right, hold on. So yeah, we're getting down towards those floaties. I'm gonna go dump this because I don't like the idea of drinking the floaties. I'm gonna get some more ice cubes, and then yeah, I think we got what we want. We need to start building the UI around creating a conference. So we'll do that. Give me a second. I might swap the ice cubes in my pocket, or not ice cubes, ice packs in my pocket. And ice packs in my pocket are good. All right, so let me pour another one of these. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. What you having for dinner, though? Yeah, there's no floaties in the water, so we're good there. Yeah, it had to have been from the ice cubes. Pasta and chicken. Sounds good. I'll probably just do pot pies tonight, maybe. Steak and Shake. Is that like a restaurant? You had some KFC? That's something I wouldn't mind making. I'd have to thaw the chicken. But yeah, I do homemade fried chicken, and it is delicious. Chili sin carne? So like chili without meat? Okay. Pan fried tuna steak, couscous, and grilled veg. Is it like a seared tuna steak? So it's still like red in the middle? I used to actually cook that when I worked in the pantry at the Cascade Dining Room. Oh, you like it cooked all the way through? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, like a seared ahi tuna. Right, ends up, yeah, looking a bit like this. Right, so you get whatever coating on it you want, and then you just like sear the sides, and then you slice. That's fine. Like, there's nothing inherently wrong with it. You know, it comes frozen off the boat, so there's no pathogens. Like, there's no, like, parasites. The bacteria forms from the outside in, so you're searing that. It's pretty damn safe. It's like a rare steak, you know? But yeah, I used to cook that when I worked in a restaurant, like the first year after high school. I totally lied my way into that job. I totally lied my way into that job. Do you have cooking experience? I worked in the food court at a Target once a month. I'm like, dude, it was, yeah, totally lied my way into that job. But they needed someone ASAP, and the chef liked me, you know, so it worked. I only worked that job for like a week or two, and then I became a prep cook. Because they only needed me to fill in while someone was on vacation, basically. But it was like their busiest time of the summer. But okay, let's start building out some UI for this. The part that's going to maybe get us is the dates. Project's going well. We need to start building out UI that allows people to create collections here. It was one of those things where he's good enough at his job that he simply says, "No, I got a thing coming up." He requested it off early enough, and if they didn't do it, fuck it. He could just it's basically a ski resort. They're not getting the best of the best. Right? The Cascade Dining Room is like an hour outside of Portland. You're not getting the best fucking cooks. You're getting ski bums. You're getting people that can't get paid way more in the city. You're getting mountain people. Free indie thinker, thank you for the follow, and Cody Webb, thank you for that follow too. I missed that part. So yeah, let's build out this UI. Yeah, in general, labor has power. Business just wants you to think you don't. We can seize the means of production by taking vacation whenever the fuck we want. All right, so let's go look at this page. So we're listing over these conferences. What we want to do is basically we're going to turn this into a UL LI kind of situation. All right, so we got that part. That is if we do have conferences, and then there we do this if we don't have conferences. So yeah, no conferences found. And this is where we probably want to create a card. Oh. There you go, the bread. Right? I never actually watched Airwolf. I really do need to. I also need to watch Blue Thunder. I never saw that one either. And yeah, there's like 2 more songs before this album goes off the rails. We'll have to find something else, but we'll get there eventually. So yeah, no conferences found. This card is then, yeah, that, MX. I mean, honestly, no, we'll do MX. Auto. MT40? MT40 is a bit much. All right, we'll do item center. Justify center. I don't think we actually need that one. But then no conferences found. Create conference. We'll bring in button. We could add an icon. I think it's fine. In the header here, header. Yeah, let's do this part. Just do it as a div. We'll let header be self-contained. Class name, flex row, justify between. I don't think I want justify between. All right, so we'll do that. Gap for create that. We don't have showing create conference yet, though. Let's add that state. All right, we need to bring in dialogue, because that'll be what we're actually showing. And yeah, at the top level, we'll make this just a fragment. I don't remember this song from Thundercats. Does anyone else? And let me double check the Shad CN stuff. Yep, dialogue content goes above header. All right, so let's look at some of this. All right, so we see create conference here. Now let's double check Shad CN. Oh, and yeah, this is where we want to skip to a different album. That was a good one. We should do this part. Yeah, we should do the form thing. Yeah, that's right. All right, so let's do all this. We got Zod already. Create conference schema. Perfect. Name URL. That is not enough, though. Start date, end date. Ooh, now it's getting there. Location. Here's the thing. We actually have the validator created, so we don't need that. All right, so we do import this directly from React Hook Form. I feel like there might be a safer, better way to do this. All right, we can do that. And then just like check for it. I don't think we need to like blow everything up. All right, this will just say is form. Yep, gotta make sure we bring that in from the right place. All right, so I think we can call that good. We'll let this be strings. Time zone stuff isn't going to be like the end of the world. Wait, did I really name that create form schema? There we go. Oh, Zod Resolver should not be coming from there. And what's up, Sam? How you doing? And we still end up needing a form under the hood of it. All right, so then form field ends up looking a bit like that. But username here is incorrect. This is name. Let's see what that looks like. Wait, what? I think it was just an expired token that got us. But, ooh, that didn't update as it should. Interesting. All right, so we've got a slight state issue of when we show that widget. It seems to me like that didn't force a sync. Hmm. All right, so let me try this again. We do a log out, do a log in. Okay. There's definitely something we could do to prevent that like flash of invalid state, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, so yeah, now this form is way too big. All right, so we're going to get rid of this initializing dialog. So let's look at some of this, right? The name, the URL, those are full width. The start date and the end date. We don't have text area. All right, so then CFP start date, end date. All right, so then back to this form in those divs. Boom. Yep, nailed it. So we don't need to do anything too crazy there. We just do the same thing for the next div. Okay, but we still do need to make this scrollable. So yeah, hold on. Do they call it scroll area? Is that a thing? They do. All right. And we'll say what? 60 VH? I bet we could go higher. And what's up, Celestial? How you doing? Today is not Monday. Is that a quote that I'm not catching? It's always Monday. Sounds like someone's got a case of the Mondays. Ask Homebrew. All right, no floaties in this one. Not sure where those floaties came from, but whatever. This is very different than that. Not necessarily. No, I'm talking like literally a database, but it would be of JSON files. Basically, no different than a Ruby file, though. Right? In the way that this Ruby file is being used. What's up, Sandwich? How you doing? Is there a way to force the scroll bar all the time? There we go. Type always. Come on, shoulder. Man, my shoulder really needs to pop right now. Yes, so this seems pretty good. If I click save, though, we don't see anything happen there. We should be getting warnings in the form. Oh, we do need a dialogue title. Oh, interesting. I always forget that. All right, so dialogue title lives within dialogue header. And I have a header, I just didn't actually wrap it in a title. That's my bad. All right, I need to make that create conference button actually show something. Okay, so our submit here, are we at least logging those values? We are not. Let's see why we're not seeing anything. The footer is definitely within the form. And it's type submit. If I hit enter in any of these, we're also not getting any submit values. What am I doing wrong here? I almost feel like we could get rid of the descriptions too. Man, yeah, we're not getting any log values from trying to submit the form. Anyone remember? Like, I swear we've run into this before, but I completely forgot what the issue is. Yeah, basically, we're not seeing the form element have the on submit fire. Like, we should at least see that, even if it's not a valid form. Hitting enter should do it if this button's not wired right. I wonder if it's because we're in a modal. That'd be weird. Maybe it's because we're in the scroll area. So what we could do is we could move the form to a new page. I feel like the scroll area is kind of a hack, and doing it in a modal is kind of a hack anyway. Yeah. Yeah. I am. We are registering the inputs. That's what the field thing there is doing when we do the render on the form field as we set the controller. Right? Yeah, maybe I missed something. Seems to me like that's what I did. Yeah, what do you see that's not correct? I still think I like the idea of moving this to another page, though. Even if it's not the fix. It's just such a large form that I think a modal is the wrong place for it, right? Like a dialogue. Yeah, alright. Yeah, let's just move it to a new page. I think that's the right move. Oop. Alright, scroll area we get rid of. Hmm. So this should actually be a link button back to the previous page, which is conferences. All right, so yeah, the form part, we need to bring that back in. There's a lot of dependencies we can ditch. Actually, hold on. We probably want to still bring them in. What's up there? How you doing, COD? All right, so then showing create conference. This is actually just a navigation. What? That doesn't seem right. Hold on. Ah, I know what it is. Interesting that this didn't yell at us about use client. All right, there we go. Wait, did I do that right? Yeah, card header, card content, card footer. All right, good enough for me. Yeah, so card footer. Ah, that would be part of that. And yeah, I don't think we need this that wide. At least fix this part first. It does still look a bit wonky, like full width. So yeah, let's make the card. Something like that. Looks a little bit better. Yeah, we can do that eventually. We need to figure out like the form submission first. Okay. So yeah, it might have been that we were stuck inside of the scroll area and the modal, and that was breaking our submission. That definitely could have been it. Oh, so that's because we're doing this. Right, so then that should be doing the prevent default for us. Okay, we should be getting an error for the name not being filled out, though. All right, so then here, one thing I want to do is oh, wrong place though. Um, and you know what? Yeah, we'll do this as a common component because I'll be using it on multiple pages. So then here we'll call this required label.tsx. XaaD schema for env vars. Not for this. It's often a good idea to do so, though. But for this project, no. All right, so required label is what we'll call that. Oops. Location will be required as well. Oh. Description is optional. CFP start date is optional, but end date required. Oh. Oops, hold on. Okay. We could add a tooltip to that star if we need, but I think most people these days understand what the star means. All right, so real quick though. The problem we're seeing, like, number one, this is not a valid path. Why is it getting escaped? And number two, it's using the wrong value. So it's where we're calling get directory. Aha, so we are able to fetch that. Okay, so the escaping doesn't matter. We see preview, we see the get keep file. Perfect. Okay. So that's another step in the right direction. Yep, we were just capitalizing it wrong. Cool. All right, so then let's continue thinking about what we do here. Should we set start date and end date as like date picker fields? I think we could. I don't think it's a big deal. Does ShadCN ship a date picker? I would expect it does. Yeah, date picker. All right, so yeah, give me a second though. I do have to use the restroom. I may want to pour some more water. I at least need more ice. And we'll slam the rest of this because it's a Saturday. All right, so let me go get more ice. I will be right back. Give me a second. How do I want to do this? Yeah, I'll just grab ice. Actually, I don't need to pour more water just yet. Okie dokie. And I'm back. So, date picker is probably a good idea. Ooh, that was the last song on the album, though. That was bad timing on my part. Ooh, this one looks cool. It's a single track, though. Damn it. Hard pass. Hard pass. All right, this could be good. It's a little fast. Yeah, Vector Hold's style has massively changed. Yeah, hard pass. Okay. Yeah, I think a date picker is the right thing to do UX wise, but not the right thing to do right now. It's just, it's more complicated than it needs to be. Making it work with React hook form is also just more effort than it needs to be right now. All right, so let's pour another one of these. And what's everyone's Saturday like? What are you up to? Here I am with my mixerless whiskeys and... Hold on. Where are these floaties coming from? It's gotta be the ice cubes. How do you clean an ice machine in your fridge? At least they sink. Mostly. But yeah, Jens, Mr. Sir, thank you for that. Ginger beer and whiskey is not a bad combo. No, I'm doing it without mixer because I don't need the calories. Yeah, I'll have to look at it. It's more about microplastics. But whatever, it'll be fine. So yeah, we're gonna skip the date picker for now. It's probably a good idea, but we don't need it. If you do exclamation point song, you can get it. All right, so here we are on the new page. We'll just make up a conference. We'll call it CM Griffin Conf. Well, dot song won't do anything, so obviously. I don't know why I typed 2012, but it doesn't matter. We'll say CF or the moon. Mm. This is probably where we do need a CFP picker. This one, though, that one should be optional. So something's broken there. What do you mean by that, Jens? Okay, so date is probably the wrong thing. Sure, Jens. Just think about brew. right? Basically that. I'm curious why you think it's any worse than submitting to any normal DB. It's just a commit. It's just a commit. How often you fetch the data is up to the app developer. Same thing with the database. I wonder if there's a validator for like US based date strings. Interesting. So yeah, there's some better way to do that validator. One thing I'm seeing though is in the form where we're doing those divs, all right, we got flex row, we want items start. There we go. Fairlight, thank you for the follow. What's up, Jay? Here's our today command. Here's the title, and there's command in the title you'd run. As far as vibe coding, I don't know, man. Make your own decision about that. Figure out what you like it for and what you don't like it for. Who cares what other people say? Yeah, so it doesn't seem like it's possible to make an optional date field, which is kind of annoying. Maybe we could do... Wait, can we do a .or? Yeah, so z.string. Something like that? Okay, so that's one way to do it. That's the way to make that optional. I kind of like that. Okay, yeah, that works for me. All right, so now we need to actually do the creation on the back end. Floaties at the bottom seem to be sitting there, so that's good. Okay, so creating a collection item. Yeah, now we're back into the actual backend part of things. Now, Jay, if you have some questions about that stuff, sure, but like, yeah, I can't do a spiel about the thing I'm building for every single person that comes in. If you end up having questions about that, then we can answer it. Because I don't feel like establishing a proper date picker right now. And the only people consuming this app are going to be the people at my company who are going to be writing US date formats. I just don't care. It's a proof of concept for the thing that we're actually building. If you are serving international audiences, yes, use ISO. But you're seeing the forest just for the trees, man. Like, you're missing the point. All right, so adding to a collection. All right, we need to make sure we can actually get the collection. We pass the data through the validator. Now, here is the big thing. For each collection, we have an ID function. All right, so new item here, or raw new item. Give it a type. Hmm. I mean, Jay, we can chat. If you're just caring about the bullshit vibe coding stuff, like, I don't know, man. That conversation's just so boring already. Hmm. So here's the tricky part. Let me look at how we're defining this. Like, I don't mind chatting, guys. I just don't want to have the same damn conversation every damn day. How are you not sick about talking about vibe coding already? Do it or don't. Yes, our ID function. I don't think I want to define that the way that we're doing it. So, yeah, let me go back here. And instead of prefix string, it's just a string. Right? We don't need to enforce a prefix. Inverse, we're creating a library. We don't want to tell people how they should create IDs for their own applications. If they want to use something that has a prefix, that's up to them. Like, the just use comments are pretty shitty. What's up, Terrace? How you doing? Oop. Huh? Wrong thing. That's what we're trying to build. It's a library for other people to build on applications on top of. We don't want to dictate how they decide to add IDs for items. They could use nano ID, UUID, type ID, whatever. That's not our choice. We're not going to dictate that to people. That's why we have ID function on the class, so that the user provides the function that generates the ID. And in this case, the user is the application developer. All right, so there we go. We generate the ID for the item. and then we pass that to here. Have I heard about the changes to Google Play App Store submission policies? No, I haven't heard that. That's interesting. I mean, Google Play Store has always had just too many apps and not many of quality. What's that called? The tragedy of the commons or whatever? The iOS App Store is markedly better because it costs money and you have to go jump through their hoops. I think Google adding hoops is actually a smart thing on their part. All right, so instead of creating a commit, we can just create a file. Ooh, and it nailed it on that one. And yeah, we're going to get rid of the PR-based mutations thing for now. I mean, inverse. I ran a command for you just a second ago to describe what we're doing. Why won't it read? This is JSON data sitting in a Git repo. There is no DB. The Git repo is the database. What's up, John? How you doing over on YouTube? And that's fine inverse, but I actually provided that context a second ago by running this same exact command. I gave you the context. Like, why won't it read? Right? It's like that South Park episode. All right, so here's one thing. We don't need to be doing this part because we're already doing that part as part of our then. And yeah, how's it going, Kitty? And I'm just saying, inverse. I'm a little annoyed because of your backseating it first without getting the context first. Maybe get context first before offering suggestions. All right, so creating an item. I think we have enough data there. Let's go back to the app. That is the proof of concept. All right, so then this part, yeah. Oh, it's already broken because yeah, I'm not bringing in the engine. Yes, it is on purpose there, John. YouTube is really strict about music, and it's also kind of nice to provide a musicless version if you want to listen to your own music. All right, so engine.add to collection. All right, and then this is where we need to bring the router in. Oh, what is it router or navigation? I wish they'd give... I wish their import had a prefix of whether it was the app or the pages router. All right, so use router is pages. Use navigation is what I'm looking for then, right? I think so. What? I know I'm doing this elsewhere. Where am I doing this elsewhere? Oh, so it is use router, but it's from next/navigation, not next/router. That's it. There we go. All right, so router.push, we go back to conferences, and we should see something there. Wait, what's the issue? No, just hydration. We don't care about that. Okay, so ASDF. Okay, so it looks like it tried to add it to the collection. And we do have it, conference thing JSON. The data made it in. We're not doing the proposed talks thing right now, but that's fine. Okay, so conferences here is empty though. We do see two issues. Let's double check what those are. All right, so hydration, we don't care. Failed to fetch file though. All right, so it's somewhere in our get directory stuff. Get directory was coming back with something though. So let's log what we're seeing in that response. And I missed some follows. Hold on. Lyrical Joka and Skin Biscuits? Interesting name. So yeah, it's this part right here. Get path contents. Let's see what we're getting. Okay, so this fetch doesn't actually get the content. I thought it did. So I must have misread the API. Let's close some of this stuff we don't need. In repositories, contents. Yep. So the responsive content is a file. If it's a directory, we're not getting that back. Hmm. Hmm. So I don't think I want to use the download URL that's returned. Hmm. Yeah, we're gonna have to loop over these and fetch them one by one. Yeah, that's a little bit more annoying, but it is what it is. So what we want to do then is, yeah, we get the contents. All right, and then the filter is We do a promise.all. And you know what? Yeah, hold on. The stop map is a different part. Right, so then we're just mapping over file contents here. Okay, so then if we do this, oh, 6 issues. I think this is just the raw JSON. It is. Yep. So we don't need to base 64 decode. And we can just JSON parse. Ooh, we don't have the concept of the collection right there. So hold on, we're calling get directory here, and then in the engine, we're calling fetch collection items. Let me get more music going. Mr. Silk Road 2.0? What? What do you mean by that, Blogos? I don't even get it. What does it mean? Okay, so we're doing the parsing here, so we do just want to return the strings. Okay. So we could just return this part. Does anyone else get that one? Like, I just don't get it. Like, I am rude. I'm working on it. Now it does seem like you're trolling. Okay, so we're able to fetch conferences. We see it here in the list. That kind of works. Yeah, we need to improve what we're rendering here, but yeah, we were able to create it. So what I think we need to do here then is we need to start keeping like a sorted list of these things. let's double check. What are like the UI primitives we want to use for this? Tabs? And what is this name, the Pedro Duarte thing? Is that the name of the Shad CN guy? Who is Pedro Duarte? Weird. We had to ditch UI neumorphism because it was giving us a lot of grief working inside of a Next.js context. It does a lot of like document.querySelector type BS. I think it was actually like find something node, but either way, it was broken. And to the Narbar. I think you meant Navbar, but Narbar is a good name. Ooh, hold on. Anything cool? Okay, yeah, we saw that. It did look really cool. Yeah, I think it would be nice to make a new morphism Shad CN library. So basically, like neo-brutalism is a wrapper around Shad CN. We'll have to do that another time, though. If someone else wants to run with it, go for it. But yeah, basically, I'd want to recreate exactly what they've done with neo-brutalism here. As far as like the layout, like we would just copy everything neo-brutalism here is done, but then just like alter the styling. So we'd still have like the, the styling customization stuff. I think it'd be kind of cool. But yeah, how's everyone doing today? We're at like a decent, I don't know, not like a stopping point, but a good moment for a break. Yeah, it's a checkpoint. Yeah, a waypoint. I'm thinking we're going to set up tabs. So then it'll have like all the count of all of them, the expired or whatever, upcoming, and then maybe other. Do we want to do it as tabs? Or do we want to do it as like collapsible sections? That's like the other option. Maybe accordion's the wrong thing. It's more like a show hide. If I fell into lava, we could restart here. Maybe. I think that would not be a great time. That would be kind of a bummer. Yeah, collapsible is what I was actually thinking. Maybe collapsible. Is there some other primitive we would want to look at that would be like all of the things in a list, but like sections of it would be individually collapsible? I mean, it basically seems like accordion almost. And we don't necessarily have to use a shad CN component for it. We could always just use the what's the native one? Details summary. That's it. Yeah. Wait, what is toggle group? Oh, one of those. Got it. Yeah, I feel like tabs might be the best experience there. Worst case scenario, we could just build our own. Because we'd probably also want to make it like bookmarkable. Yeah, tabs can wrap into 2 rows. I don't think we'll have that problem, though, but that might be the concern here. Okay. So then for the tabs list, how do you set what the current value is? Ah, we could do default value and make that dynamic based upon search params. Best of both worlds. Then we're bookmarkable. Yeah, all right, let's do tabs. We haven't installed the tabs component yet, though. Yeah, all right. So yeah, we're gonna keep doing tabs. Let's start hammering that out. But yeah, I guess the tabs content would be empty. So it probably wouldn't be a problem. Yeah. That doesn't look right. So tabs list, tabs content. And then it's tabs trigger. Oop. All right, so then let's look at this. We got conferences set here. We probably want to set this to all conferences. So then this is past conferences, upcoming conferences, and I think that's fine. All right, so those are going to be incorrect, though. Less than or... we'll do greater than or equal to. Wait, does it not know what conference is? Oh, it thinks it's an any? Interesting. So what's a good way to get type safety out of this? We could cast it. Oh. Hold on. So we're defining this. Conference collection is a thing. Why was that not auto-completing? All right, there we go. But we want this to be a z.infer. What a product Devity. How you doing? Damn it. Yeah, why are we not getting any type safety from this? That's the main thing, and then here's our today command. So you were trying to figure out a local database that works across browsers for the past 2 days now. There's SQ local. And then if you prefer Postgres, I don't see why a browser extension wouldn't be able to do this. Oh, Safari doesn't like it? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Safari is terrible. What is it Safari doesn't like? Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't like the persistent storage. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how you can get around that. You can try and like use local storage, but you'll have the file size restrictions. But via local storage, you could do the SQLite thing, dump the SQLite table to SQL text, and then when you launch back up, you rehydrate. Yeah, websites should just start doing that. I get that productivity. I think I think if you want to support Safari, you got to just hack around it. But you shouldn't compromise the other solutions because of Safari. I would ask yourself, like, is the user base of Safari even necessary? All right, let's just, I don't know, let's do OPFS maybe. Let's just do local storage then real quick. Really? Well, let's just find any feature. Sure, that should be enough. Oh, it doesn't show the usage statistics here. Let's look at this one. Hold on. So here we go. Usage relative. All right, so Safari has less than 3% market share. Now, is that Safari Safari or is that mobile Safari? Because that's a huge difference. Safari Safari? Interesting. All right. Well, that's a bummer. %60 of mobile uses Safari. Sure, but yeah, like who installs extensions on mobile? I don't even know if it's possible. Is it possible? Like, if you really look at how many users install extensions on mobile, it's basically zero. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know a single person who's ever installed an extension for their mobile browser. You can just, I don't know, like, yeah, that's up to you. You'll have to figure out a way around it. Either you deal with the grossness or you don't support those users. Yeah, that's a bummer. I would argue that Safari is anti-consumer by making those things harder. Apple in general is anti-consumer. But yeah, so this is where this part breaks down. We don't have a good way of casting the type from the validator. And I wonder, is Robotic-Head trying to game today? I don't see him in the list. And Pomodoro, yeah, Pomodoro is good. I've seen streamers use it really well too. All right, so real quick, let me go dump this because I do see those little floaties at the bottom. Let me go get more ice. I'm going to swap out the ice packs in my pockets because it is warm. 29.7 degrees in here. $85 degrees in this room. Meanwhile, it's only 78 outside. This room, yeah, adds way too much heat. It's a bit annoying. Oof, and we're going to have a heat advisory? Really? It is going to get 85 to 90. Yeah. If it was 85C, I would be cooked, literally. It's inferring it as any. So one thing we can maybe not enforce. No, the schema's a prop on the conference collection. That's why we're doing the infer this way. But we may have to just create the schema separately and then just add it as a prop. It's a little annoying. Maybe some as const would do it. Let's try that. Let's do a quick as const. Oof, no, it hates that. We go look at the type here in collection. We're talking to a Zod validator. That's literally what we're doing there, productivity. We're just wrapping the type of conference collection because conference collection is a variable, which means it's a value. So you need to extract the type of that to then grab validator off of it. But maybe you're onto something there. Hold on. No, I see what you mean. Because the type would be generic. It's still any in that case, though. Yeah, so that doesn't change anything. We can't do that directly. And hold on. Code spent. There was a stream parrot replacement for Clippy. I think it was AI? No. I do remember something. You can see the full list there. Oh, that. Yeah, there you go. That one. Yeah, if we were to make this not be a class and instead be an interface, we'd probably be good. Samton, you should be able to just turn off GitHub Copilot in your extensions. So yeah, I think the fix would be we make collection into an interface. And then we do like the as const thing, and we're good to go. Really talented? That's genius. Ooh, that's genius. Like, what if eventually the recruiters start using AI and the AI that they use scans it, and then you got the AI talking to the AI? I believe that is the singularity. Yeah, I think the fix would be to make collection into an interface. I don't know. We'll have to think about that. But let me go dump what's in here because there's some little like floaties in there from my bad ice. And yeah, let me go get some fresh water and ice cubes. And I will be right back. So yeah, I think that's probably the move. That's probably the move, right? We turn it into an interface. We do the as const thing. Yeah, that's funny, talented. I like that. That's kind of genius. BCI? What is BCI? Brain computer interface? Gotcha. Yeah, productivity, I still don't think that does exactly what we need. I don't think there's value in that. Because then it would know that it's a schema, but we don't want the schema. We want the thing that the schema represents. So I think it would still be inferred as any. We could just do a separate value and call it conference schema. I don't know, something to think about. But I do need to get more ice packs because these ones are body temperature. And I need ice and I need more whiskey. So let's go do that. God, I fucking hate this apartment right next to the fucking whatever this area is, the courtyard. These kids are so damn loud. Get off my lawn, kids. Probably gonna need to get more water here in a minute, but we're good for now. No, no AC. AC in Washington State is pretty rare. This is my AC. Ice packs in my pocket. It actually works pretty well. Right? Get them towards like the inner thigh there, right where the femoral artery is. Pulls down your entire blood. AC over in Spokane? Maybe. Over here in Seattle, it's pretty rare. Ice pack in the beanie? Yeah, that's not a bad idea either. I could probably start doing that here soon. Damn it, I keep getting up as the albums are ending. That's my bad. Freeze my beanies. It's not a bad idea either. So I got a quick question. Anyone here... is it a prototype of collection? It's an instance of collection. No, I get it, Talented. I have one and it burnt out and I just haven't bought a new one yet. Like the compressor or something is broken on it. Maybe I could take it somewhere to get repaired. That might be a good option. But yeah, I got a question. Has anyone played that Dune game? It looks pretty fun. Conan Exiles, but even better. Code Spent, you're saying it's iffy. So you've actually played it and you're saying it's iffy? Interesting. What would you say is iffy about it? No, and I get it. Yeah, I'm fairly picky, especially for a game like that. Like, I've already got a couple, like, time sync builder games that I could play. Dune is a sandbox game. That's a solid joke. That's nice. I don't care if you made it up or not. That's a good one. Thank you for sharing that. We leave tonight. I think you mean CM Harkonnen. No, definitely not. CM Mentat. It is by will alone I put my mind in motion. Okay, Code Spent. Yeah, good critique. It's a game I probably would have been bummed to pay the extra to get early at this point. And honestly, I've got so many games I can play. Like, oh man, I need to finish Clair Obscur. I'm like, I'm like level 60 or something. Yeah, exactly, Code Spent. Ooh, Bluetooth. Dark Ages is on Xbox Game Pass. It is. Yeah. Dude, Game Pass is such a fantastic value. Does Xbox Game Pass not work on Linux? Oh, that's a bummer. I think it's worth checking. Like, a lot of people aren't even aware that Game Pass works on PC. They're like, well, I don't have an Xbox. You don't need an Xbox. Xbox Game Pass works on Steam OS? Really? Ooh. Okay, so it does work on Linux. That's good to know. Oh, with a little bit of tinkering? Okay. Yeah, Indiana Jones, right? I just downloaded that. We'll see if my graphics card can handle it. I tried to do Dark Ages, and my graphics card, or Dark Ages was like, no, sorry, you're 1080. No. No. So yeah, Dark Ages is the first game that's making me think like, damn it, I need to upgrade my GPU card. Yeah, it's a bummer. But dude, I've had that 1080 since 2018. Yeah, can it run Doom? Nope. Yeah. But man, that is some longevity out of a graphics card. No, no, I have a totally separate gaming PC. So I have a stream PC that is taking inputs from all these other things. And then everything else, it's a Mac Mini for coding here on stream, work MacBook or MacBook Air for like work. And then I got like a gaming PC that has the 1080 in it. I actually started out with the 1080 gaming PC as my stream PC. And I still had the Mac Mini captured into that. But then I would game from the gaming slash streaming PC, and my performance was bad, right? Having to do encoding and all that stuff. Work. Yeah, exactly, Samson. Exactly. Wait, it's going to be 95 in the Cascades? Holy shit. All right, so yeah, we're going to have a bit of a heat wave here, which is not ideal. Okay. Jeez. Work. Yeah, I love that part. 57 degrees Fahrenheit where you're at? Right. And you're in Brazil or something like that, right? That's really what I need to start doing. I need to like seasonally travel, between. Oh, and you're in Europe? We leave tonight. You called it a toque or a toque or whatever, right? Does that mean you're Canadian? Is it 57 in Canada right now? Do I need to move to Canada? Jeez. All right. What part of Canada is that cold right now? Vancouver would be just as hot as it is here. It's like, yeah, like, old Egyptian movies where they're like fanning people with palm fronds, except, beaver tails. My OBS uptime is 204 days. I've rebooted like before then. I think Discord's just lying. I mean, technically correct is the best kind of correct there. We leave tonight. Yeah, is there a way to see how long it's been since you've rebooted? I do not think it's been 204 days. Are you sure that's days and not hours? How do you check that? No, it's hours. Yeah, no, it's hours. I see the seconds ticking. Yeah, like I had OBS crash. Like I didn't reboot, but I had OBS crash like last week at one point. When I'm running low on RAM, uh, OBS just crashes out. Pretty sure there are some planets where a day is an hour, right? Boom, nailed it. That's science. I'm wondering if Robotic Head's trying to game tonight. We don't see him in chat right now. No comment in the Discord yet. But okay, let's actually refactor this tape. I got so chatty because I didn't want to do it. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, just conference schema and then make it a prop. The thing is, we're doing this to make a library that other people use. What would be the best user experience? I think that's the trickiest bit, right? Getting the API right. I mean, you're looking at it. You would instantiate a collection. Then we just pass the collections to the engineer. But would people want to do that? I guess that's the question. Yeah, no, I'm skipping that song. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the big thing is like, would a user want to do that? Yeah, I think you're right there. I don't know. Right, like forcing a user to do as const would be more annoying, I think. No, I think you're right. And this is the easier thing right now. If we get feedback that people don't like it, we can always change it. I mean, if we're being honest, I'm probably the only person who's ever going to use it anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. But it's fun to at least think about the user. Like, I'm the user, technically. How would I feel about it in the future? We'll find out next time I need to make an app that does this. All right, so then if we head back here, right, and then that works. And what's up, Jianhua? How you doing? Okay, so then, yeah. Oh, that game was fine until one level, right? It's, right, the hoverboard level, right? Rest of the game was fine. This one, maybe not. I think it does require a generic. No, we're good. Yes, you're right there. We do end up needing to bring in Day.js. Kids are being so loud, I'm tempted to just start blasting death metal out the window. I say that and they got real quiet. No, never mind that. All right, so we added day.js. We need to actually parse the start date. No matter what, we're going to be parsing it into a string for like storage. So this doesn't undo any of the stuff we did earlier. Now, hold on. They actually prefer that? Interesting. All right, so then... Oh, yep, never mind. We'll go back to that. Call it good. It's similar to date functions. I don't remember the basic like differences between them. Day.js is just the one I've used for probably the past 5 or 6 years. I definitely used date functions at one point. Date functions was the first one I used after, after realizing moment was terrible. Like the mutability of moment has gotten me so many times. I definitely use date functions on a project. I don't know. There's something about the day.js API that I really like. It's only 2 kilobytes, and then you can add like plugins for other stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's a major code smell. Yeah, I'm pretty sure date functions and day.js have most of the same functionality. I just tend to use this one. Let me get more music on. Ooh, we haven't listened to Thomas Barandon here. Yeah, this is a good album. Dude, the ice packs on the thighs, man. That one's huge. And we still got some floaties in this one. I gotta figure out where those, like, they've got to be coming from my ice. What's up, ACM? How you doing? All right, so we've got these conferences, right? All conferences, past conferences, upcoming conferences. And really, we move that into there. We're going to create a component function conference card. Sure. All right. That was a good one. All right, so we've got the all. And yeah, this page may eventually change pretty heavily. But I think we're good for now. But I actually want to pull out what we got here. Into here. All right, so then, boom, we refresh the page. We get something like that. It looks awful right now. Because, yeah, the conference card is not going to look like that. Conference card here. I'm not sure we want to do any of that or that. Okay, and then, yeah, conference type. And then, yeah, we'll actually make this just upcoming or past. Doesn't need to be capitalized. I think the MT40 is no longer necessary. Let's try 20. I almost want to put the all upcoming and past like tab selector in the middle. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. How do we feel about it so far? What do y'all think? All right, so let's actually start listing what content we want in the card. And let's style the card better. So conference name, conference URL. I think this ends up being a row. Not sure I even need the gap. Okay, so what we want to do here then, we're going to do one of the, like, drop down, and we don't have a drop down. Yeah, so yeah, it's just drop down dash menu. Let's grab the boilerplate for it. It's a lot of boilerplate. Oh, man. There's quite a bit of boilerplate. We don't need all of that boilerplate, but we'll add it. Shit. That was not the right drop-down menu. And while we're at it, we'll remove UI pneumorphism. Oh, looks like I already did. So we're good there. Just looking at all the floaties in my water. I think it's fine. My cam cutout is perfect for a Subway Surfers video. I mean, yeah, I kind of want to have it maybe like zoomed out a bit more. But yeah, the idea is that I wanted to be able to like clip stuff from stream and create shorts out of it. So I wanted this to be high enough resolution that it still looks nice instead of, like, no offense to like Thor and Prime, just the quality is meh. Right, when they do shorts, because of the way they gotta like crop things, because of how small they got their segment of their stream, like where their headshot is. And I'm not sure the quality even matters for shorts. But I don't know. Something I thought about at least. Now I actually need to make some shorts though. All right, so let's at least make sure we got that button open. Yeah, sure, whatever. This is what, like, we can use the same cog that we're doing, so it's what, like settings? Let me get more music on. Oh, music is gone. It's just for some reason I thought that was the last song on that album. It is not. All right, so we go to the API reference. All right, align center. We want it to be aligned something else. End. Sonic, we're building something more than just the application. And I want to be able to maintain the stuff I built. All right, so we do need to get the menu items figured out. But yeah, here, align end. All right, let's get rid of all of these items because we don't care about that part. There we go. Let's see. So we probably want to put an icon, right? Yeah, I'll call that good. All right, now what do they call it in Shad CN for like the little like tags, like this kind of thing? Is it tag? Badge. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Trapdoor. Yeah, we got there. And we'll create a little mini thing for this. Okay, so this is going to be whether it was accepted, it's pending, or whatever, right? Ooh, and we're not tracking that part. Oh, but hold on. No, it's proposed talks dot, or let's just look at it. That would be the status part. Right. And hey, what's up, Robotic Head? How you doing? So we actually want to loop through the talks. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Super Maven nailed it on that one. Oh, is it not variant? Ah, I see. So yeah, the success is no good. So yeah, it's either destructive, outline, default, secondary. Okay, so then we'll bring in the badge. Pending. Okay. Yeah, I like that so far. But yeah, Robotic-Head. I'm guessing you're trying to game tonight? I just wasn't sure. Hadn't heard from you. What's up, Childs? How you doing? Let me look at this. Yeah, I definitely see floaties in there. That's annoying. It's going well. So we probably want to list out the dates. No, I don't have any Figma. Now, the front end for this is pretty much like not something we care that much about right now anyway. We're trying to just realize the usage of the library that we're building, which I wouldn't trust Cursor to build anyway. Sonic over there on YouTube. But yeah, it's okay for this to be freeform. Like, a Figma doesn't matter. Yes, it's a proof of concept. Yeah, so give me some time, Robotic Head. Let me go start the oven real quick. And I'll get some pot pies in. Yeah, no worries. And I gotta use the restroom too. But that was, I mean, that's not the end of the album, but we'll start another that way. It's easier. And it's a good album, so I think you'll like it. But yeah, let me go get the oven going, and I'll be right back. Alrighty. Oh, yeah, this is the album I was looking for from this artist. Yeah, this one's good. Let's at least see what that looks like. All right, so we got those there. Let's see. So that actually needs to be a flex row. Nope, wrong one. We probably do want to start thinking about the layout a little better instead of just hammering it out. But getting the data into the page is definitely worthwhile. Oh, and this song. And XAML? No, this is not XAML. What is that emote? That's a fun one. Why do you think I'm going to have a lot of conferences on this page? How many conferences do you think the average DevRel proposes talks to per year? Again, I'm asking you a question. How many talks do you think the average DevRel person does? And how many do you think I do per year? Not more than 20. So the amount of maintenance to do per year is going to be very light. So why would I need to paginate by 20 if I'm only going to do 10 a year? What would be the point of that? Eventually, this app may grow to where an entire DevRel team needs to manage it. We're not there yet. Building towards that is a bad idea, right? That is scope creep. Instead, let's just build this simple application that's really just a proof of concept so that we can actually evaluate the library part of things better. Are you talking about conferences or are you talking about meetups? I remember both. Are you talking about in person or online? I remember both. So the answer would be yes, but if you're looking for which it is, that's going to be very different. First one was a talk about what's the name of it? Koa, right? The library made by the person who made Express. And this was around the time that Express was bought by IBM. So a lot of people were looking to use anything other than something maintained by IBM. Yeah, there's a big difference. I wanted to get into DevRel. It's a very chill job. I guess depending on your boss and the company and all that. We've got a new boss who is very, very much more gung ho than previously. So we'll see. Oh. Yeah, we'll pass talks in. Yeah. So Lernac, yeah, it's less good for Tailwind, but you could add semantic classes. That is a thing called HTML biscuits. Oh, if I could spell. And now you're hungry again. Yeah, no worries, Lernak. Yeah, that's something we made here on stream. Let me know if you like it. So I almost want to make this, right, instead of like a full width card, we could go half width. And then it would change our layout a bit. This part's less important. Since we're on an ad break, let me go throw some pot pies in the oven. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna just dump that. The card design? Yeah, maybe. That's not a bad idea. I think, yeah, those are some like good use cases for some of those things. Absolutely. I think that's a good use case for V0. It is kind of fun to at least like try and flex the chops a bit. You know, if you don't flex that muscle, you'll never build it. Perfect amount of water left. Ooh, hold on. I forgot to actually set my timer on the oven. I do need that. Shit. 1 second, sorry. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah. Ain't nobody wants some burnt pot pies. Nobody got time for that. Interesting. The amount of floaties on this one is much lower. They're still in there, though. I guess the ice hasn't fully melted yet. Yeah, I didn't get my my hackathon BS. There you go, Maniac. So you're back. Like you left us only a couple hours ago, huh? You streamed for a bit instead of getting some sleep. Just a couple quick bugs, right? In and out. Yeah, exactly, Kinslayer. So it's not perfect. And really, we can just use this as inspiration. We don't need to do every little thing. No worries, Maniac. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, check out Lovable as well. Lovable's good at spinning up like entire websites rather than like I personally find V0 better at like individual things rather than whole pages. But Lovable is capable of like entire applications. Like uh right, assessment.getkraken.com. Right? Start the assessment. We have no formal documentation. We have some shared practices, sure, right? We do have a full CI/CD pipeline, and we only address refactoring when it's a major issue. Bam. Right? Like this entire website was something that my boss, who's not a dev, basically created. And then I took what he gave me and then turned it into something that actually worked, because the submitting of the form and all that involves some back end work. Like there was definitely a bunch I had to do on top of this. Right? Like changing and splitting out first name, last name, like a bunch of things that were things that changed after the fact. Lovable gave me a really good first draft that I was able to like modify from there, which was kind of cool. My biggest complaint with Lovable though is that it's still using Tailwind 3. No, Lovable costs money. I mean, my boss is doing it with like the free credits. I'm sure V0 costs money at a point. Yeah, where's their pricing? So yeah, the free tier, public projects, sure. The amount of credits you get, I don't know. I'm pretty sure the free tier has like some amount of credits as well. But this will actually build out like multi-page sites, which is kind of cool. Is it perfect? No, I should probably center points right there. Like, I got some stuff to do. Yeah, V0, they got pricing too, right? But yeah, there was like very minimal effort on my part to convert that site that my boss had. For me to build it would have taken longer for sure. So yeah, $5 worth of monthly credits. Sure. And then yeah, there's another one, bolt.new. What's the pricing on Bolt? We looked at this yesterday. The amount of tokens. So yeah, I don't know. I'd say fiddle with all of them. In fact, let's compare the V0 stuff. I don't know if they use the new version or not. Stitch for you UI UX. Okay. Yeah, there's a bunch of these like just land grabs going on. Uh. Oh yeah, there we go. Wait, really? There we go. So yeah, that was a broken experience, wasn't it? How much do you think they vibe coded that? Stitch dot with Google. Yeah, it's worth a shot. Let me get another album going. Does synthwave belong in a museum, Junior? Yeah, the thing I like about V0 is the preview they show you of like what's being generated. Let's just try it. Let's see. Yeah, I think the big thing is just bolt.new created a whole project, right? Whereas V0 seems a little more limited. Yeah, this one's using Tailwind 3 as well. Yeah. It's not bad. It's basically really similar to what I would be doing anyway. But yeah, this looks prettier than what I would have done. But we got some good inspiration. Now we can just start building it. Like, I would say the bolt.new looks more polished ish. Oh, yeah, right? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, the fact that it's inconsistent with that. Want to try out Stitch while we're at it? Sure. Like how all of these tools say, like, hey man, it makes mistakes, check its work. You know, we're not responsible. Google's was fast. Yeah, that one was really bad. I will say Stitch seems like the fastest so far. Oh, this is just design? Okay. It's definitely taking longer with this one. It changed nothing. We're fiddling with these just to see what happens. Yeah, I get it, Lernak. It just, I don't know. Yeah, whatever they were called, I don't know, but yeah. Eh. Right? Like the fact that you can copy it to Figma is cool, right? So yeah, this is purely about design. Delete. I mean, Google's a public company, so it has to be disclosed. Galileo AI. All right, makes sense. All right, so what I think I want to do is I want to combine a little bit of what both of these gave us. They are very close to each other. Yeah, that's all X Factor. Choosing a color palette? I don't know. You know, I actually do have a YouTube video about it. I'm not sure it's a good one, but we'll see. Hold on. That is not the right account. I'm not saying it's a good video, but yeah, it's actually like my first big one, which was kind of fun. No, I didn't want to do the 98 seconds. Whatever. But yeah, in general, I'll try and find something like Coolors. No worries, Ace. I'm not saying that's like the best video. I just wanted to. Yeah, the thumbnail. I'm really proud of that thumbnail. That thumbnail is golden. I'm really proud of that thumbnail. So yeah, this is something. Oh god, no, I'm not going pro. where I think if you just hit spacebar, you can like start cycling through, and you can like lock down a color. I like that orange. Sure, I like the blue. Raisin black, why not? Why not? So then once you have colors that you like, then you're going to take them and put them in something like Tailwind Shades. All right, we'll take one of these colors. I don't know. Copy the hex. And then generate the shades, and then plug that into your Tailwind config. Bam. Stuff like that. In general, you don't want to go too crazy on the colors. Like, you will need a success and a destructive one, right? So we're going to need to create a green, maybe. Yeah, honestly, not a bad idea. I'm kind of surprised this doesn't have anything for that. Yeah, it's crazy to me they don't have, like, shades generators. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so to get some of that stuff, you got to go with the pro version. So, yeah, meh. In fact, you could probably just take all those colors that Coolors gave us, and you could probably just plug it into some LLM and say, generate my Tailwind shades for me. Yeah, it makes sense with their business model. I just think it doesn't seem like a very good business to me, you know? But whatever. I'm not an investor. But I did like this. There you go, Larobi. Hell yeah. Yeah, I like the idea of shrinking it down. I almost think the better option would be, right, like details, and then we just pop it out to like the full view. And the full view would look closer to this, except we'd list all the talks. So then if we do this, maybe we don't need that. If we compare it to what we got, right, it's definitely better than what we got. But we haven't done any major styling yet. Yeah, and I'd probably do something like that, Lernac, for like the expanded view. And yeah, how you doing, Doru? So I think I like the idea of going half width at, full screen, right? Like the pending status, the CFP open closed stuff, those could be badges that live on the left, and then there's a details button on the right. So I'd almost want to put website as like a link next to it, and then the badges here. There would only be a single details button, and that would take us to like the dedicated page for it, or pop up a modal. I think I like that. Oh, I do need a details button because I'm not going to do the show hide thing. And I do want to see like all the talks that are proposed and all that stuff. So I'm not going to do the show hide thing because of the way I'm going to do the grid. By clicking the card directly? Yeah, that would be the case if I wasn't like the fact that I'm gonna have a link button. It makes like the focus weird, especially for mobile or especially for like screen readers even. And we may end up having other stuff that's clickable, you know. I don't know. Yeah, well, think about the details button. At the bare minimum, let's start hacking out this basic view. I'm not gonna do grid. Hmm. We'll do talks here. Uh, oh, that's in the list, and then we got to pass it through there. Yeah, that gets annoying. Yeah, no worries, Maniac. Hopefully you can get some sleep. Yep. Later, Maniac. All right, so let's get rid of conference card here, and we'll just embed it. And what's up, Mr. Pamper Carrot? How you doing? All right, so looking at this, right? We got a card. We're not going to have that. We are going to have title, those two things, and then these things. So it really is a flex call. We'll do gap 4 for now. Not sure if that's the right thing there, but conference name. We already want to do a row here. That is not correct. Oop. Yeah, exactly. He makes my code better. I know, right? Oh, yeah. Clippy will definitely be back. I don't think that's actually correct, but okay, cool. What I want to do, though, is I want to set the card or the LI. Right, MD, perfect. All right. So then, yeah, looking at these. We'll just make those into a details button. Let me get more music going. Yeah, no worries, learn it. What icons did V0 use? V0 is using Lucide React as well. I'd say you could learn both at the same time. It probably reminds you a bit of Beverly Hills Cop, because this album is an entire tribute to Beverly Hills Cop. Map pin is what I was looking for. Revenge of the Nerds? Maybe. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, when they do the concert. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, looking all right so far. We need to style the title a bit better. And this button. Oops. All right, so then card header here. I know, right, Larobi? Now, in general, right, if you crawl Crunchbase enough, you'll recognize that a company being acquired is actually like not their ideal situation, right? They'll typically try and operate as their own business for as long as humanly possible, and then when they probably won't be able to get more funding, that's when they look for an acquisition. So if they've been having a lot of deals fall through for getting the next bit of funding, then an acquisition is like their main deal. I'm curious. I do want to talk to uh, the person I know from Highlight because Highlight got acquired from Launch Darkly. I'd be curious if what I said is actually accurate for them or not, or if it just seemed like the best deal for them. I don't know. I'm not sure. All right, so hold on. Let's inspect element on this. Something feels off about the spacing. I think it's the card header. All right, so we'll crunch that up. It is crazy capital for the result. Yeah. I think the integration with Figma is really the biggest thing. Like the other tools don't have that, right? So that's probably like their biggest value add. I don't know for sure. That feels okay to me, right? Then you would click details to go to the next page. I almost feel like it's a bit much on the padding. I feel like 4 is kind of what we had. Yep. Yeah, the size of that button is really the thing getting me, and it's the height, right? So padding 0. Yeah, we need to just set a height for the button. It could be this too, though. Yeah, all right. That's looking pretty good. Is is the button taking the full height? It should be adjustable. And really, yeah, the icons seem a bit big, even in the part below. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so the icon isn't fully taking the height. Oh, the details in the pending buttons? Nah, I think that's pretty standard. It's just at, like, it's just Shad CN. That's the padding that they give. If I want to fiddle with that, we'll go and modify, like, the button component itself. Nah, well, I mean, I have multiple monitors, but I only work from one monitor. So I've got like 2 monitors over here for the stream machine. I've got my teleprompter in front of me. But as far as work, no, I work from one screen. Like, I don't mind switching back and forth. I don't need these things on the same screen. Yeah, workspaces do exactly what I need. And switching between them is not that big a deal. Yeah, for stream. Yep. There's some people that do like one giant monitor and then only a portion of the stream sees like, or only a portion of the screen is what stream sees. That's useful too. I think it just depends, right? Like, are you streaming from the same PC that you're showing? So, yeah, streamers that stream from the same PC that they are doing their content from, I could see multiple monitors being necessary. I think Prime just does one. Ooh, I hear my oven. Yep. All right, so I think we're at a good point. We'll get more of this going. We got the creation of conferences going, which means our create collection item is working. We don't have delete or update set yet, so we need to get that going. So that'll be the thing we do on Monday. And I'm thinking we could probably get this done enough by Monday or Tuesday that we can hop back into Masijo soon. So that's the main goal. I want to get working back on Masijo. So who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? Waggy is coding? 100 devs? Yeah, that looks great. They're doing Code Wars. Let me just go double check. I don't know about y'all. I don't feel like watching Code Wars. If I don't see anything better, that's where we'll go, though. Minecraft modding Neoforge. That seems interesting. Never seen any of that before. Includes paid promotion? What is the paid promotion? Oh, sponsored by Corsair. Interesting. Sure. Let's go raid him. Soren. I've never seen any Minecraft modding before. Why not? Looks like Java? Right? Yep, that's Java. Yeah, let's go raid them. Let's see what they're up to. Damn, they've been going 6.5 hours, too. So yeah, we're going to go right into Soren. Never heard of him, but 176,000 followers? Damn. So they're big time. Yeah, let's go check it out. Why not? So yeah, YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. We had a really good stream today. We got a lot of work done. I will be on Gaming Channel tomorrow doing some co-working. And Sonic, what database am I using? I'm using GitHub. GitHub and JSON. That's the entire point of the project. Like, maybe read the title. But let's go. YouTube, I'll see you on